Princess very far outside. Yeah, baby, she is gonna do it. And welcome everybody to ASD Live, brought to you by Manitoba Liquor and Lotteries. Day 25 on the racing calendar. Quick look back at last week's racing action. Wednesday night was a hot night for a couple riders and a trainer. On the rider side, Rafael Zentino Jr., he had the double, but it was Jorge Carreno and Jared Brown. They both recorded the hat trick. They were together on 2 of the wins and added 1 more each. So as you see, Jorge Carreno on top of Leroy Nelson and Stanley Chady by 17 wins at 40. And on the trainer side, Jerry Gornall just steamrolling along also. He has 30 wins. Jared Brown creeping a little bit closer, only 12 wins behind. And Wendy Anderson, she needs to double up to get there. Stretch, what did you see last week?
Yeah, a good question, Kurt. Every week at the end, I like to basically analyze the past week of what we saw or what we thought we saw, and then kind of use my figures. And a couple interesting things. We knew it was speed favoring, and I just wanted to look to see how come. And according to my figures, I basically had the first quarter a length or 2 fast for the level, and then about even. But then the interesting part is the last, the finishing times were 3 to 5 lengths slow. So it's interesting. That tells me that there's just nobody could close, because normally when it ends up like that, you can get some closers. So it was, like I said, 3 to 5 lengths slow for the par time, and which was still faster than the week before. So the week before I had it about 6 or 7, even 8 lengths slow on the card. So careful when you're comparing times week to week. But interesting, we'll see. A little cooler today from last week, but it'll be interesting to see going from there. We've got some tricky races ahead of us, so I don't know. What do you think on the card? Brief overview there, Kurt.
Well, going back to the last 2 weeks, 2 weeks ago, the closers were getting there. The times were the slowest we've had of the meet. And so we've seen those closers getting there. Last week, as you touched on, they did speed up. And the one thing is, the rail's been golden. Since week number 1, the rail was terrible. Anything that rallied up it, we were picking horses coming back off that, and they ended up winning like crazy. But since then, anybody rallying up the rail has a way better shot or staying on the rail till the head of the lane than any other horse in the race that's getting the overland trip. So watch out for that. And I agree, today's a different day. We don't know if speed's going to hold. We're going to try and help you guys out in what we see in the early races of the card. But yeah, a couple tricky sequences, and the pick 4 looks unusually tough today.
We'll see. We'll see.
You might have like a $5 ticket going or something, kind of like the other day. But for myself, it was a tough pick today.
Fair enough. It is. Just bugging you there.
All right, let's kick the card off with a optional 15,000 allowance race here in race number 1. They're going to go 7.5 furlongs. Scratch number 4, Candy Giant. It's only 4 head postward, and because of that, there will be no superfecta wagering. Stretch, who do you like in the first?
Yeah, a good race to kick off the week. Unfortunately, with the scratch puts it down. But with the 4 that are in there, it's a good contentious race of what's going to go on here. I'm going to finally, I've talked about this horse all year, and the horse just was not in the right spot. Other speed in here, so finally gets the spot, and that's the 5 horse. I believe it's the controlling speed. Isn't a need the lead horse, but just how the horse has been running so well. Some of the charts might not look he's running that well. I think he has been running really well. Gets a couple weeks off. Great call by the trainer. Thought the horse kind of needed that. Throw in a couple works. For me, a top effort coming and going from there. Then I'm going to go to the 1 horse. I think this horse will be kind of the next closest, not too far back. Extremely running well as well, but does need the 5 to back up. And you're probably wondering, how could I not take the 2 horse with the Wendy Anderson Golden Gate angle? This horse just lacks speed. So unless there's a duel, maybe I can't find somebody to go after the 5. This horse needs everybody to back up. The horse has the figures. I just don't think the race shape sets up for him. So I've got a 5-1-2.
Yeah, I'm with you, Stretch. Tiger by his tail. This horse is not a sprinter. Has run 3 sprint races, 1 route race. But those 3 sprint races had to go against Mr. Dazzle and Shootin' Money and even Tapmaster in the last start. Shootin' Money, Tapmaster. Tapmaster did come back to win last week. Tiger by his tail did get to stretch out once. But who does it run into? Real Grace, who ended up coming back to win that condition and was Alberta Horse of the Year last year and was a force to be reckoned with. Less than even money and got the job done. This is much easier than Tiger by his tail has been running against. And you said speed. I think he is going to be controlling in here. I do like Soberano, Wendy Anderson, Golden Gate. So first start, 75% win clip. So you might want to look at that one and just kind of see how the odds are playing out closer to post time. Maz Mischief running really well, coming off a win 2 outs ago in the first level. Hit the 3rd level allowance, only lost by 3/4 of a length to Real Grace, but there was a heated pace battle in there. Shaded, the only other one to offer to the race. This horse only started once last year off a 2-year layoff. I'm going to have to watch one. I'm 5-2-1. Now we're going to carry on to race number 2, a $5,000 claimer for Manitoba, Saskatchewan, North and South Dakota breds that are non-2-lifers. They're going to go the 7.5 furlong distance. Scratch number 4, Esther's Quest, a very important scratch. Stretch, what do you like?
Yeah, most in here have very little experience going the 2 turns, so I like how the racing secretary kind of changes it up, moves it around, short, long, and different, adds kind of to the puzzle. I think the 3 is absolutely sitting on the win. I don't like seconds, but if you look at the horses that he's lost to, it just makes this horse, for me, a jump off the page. I don't expect much value, so you're going to probably have to play some exotics in there or doubles or something like that. I like how Chady's up. He's riding very well lately, especially his patience. I think a similar ride, he can stalk a little bit and make the move. That horse is race to lose. The only horse I guess if somebody got loose would be the 6. Woke up 2 back. There has been some other pace, but when this horse gets basically the lead, it's a different horse. Couldn't get the lead last time, so I've got it 3-6. I'll throw in the 2 because I think this horse is better going long. It is a maiden. Maybe it can sneak in for 3rd. So yeah, Kirt 3-6-2.
Yeah, I'm with you on True Scout. Ran a big race last time out, made a 3-deep move, maybe a little early, and then had the lead. Bear Me a Moment came and stole that win away. But Bear Me a Moment was dropping in from the 1st level open allowance into that condition. So it did get beat by a good one. True Scout doesn't have much competition today. Don't expect a big mutual, probably the 2-5. 1-2 variety, but I think he's the winner. But I also like number 1, Tony the Tagger. Really woke up last time out, draws the inside, always an advantage. Yes, the time wasn't flashy in 1:17-1, but that was 2 weeks ago when the track was really slow. But I just liked how he got the blinkers. And this horse just made a nice outside move around everybody, drew off to win. I think it'll like going around 2 turns, and the inside draw is key. Henry's in control, I agree with you. Ran big 2 outs ago, no shot last time out in the Frank Arneson Sire Stakes, so this is an easier spot. And Happy Harley, this horse looks like it can run all day, but will it be able to close on the track is a question mark. That's why I left it out of my top 3, but I'm 3-1-6. Now we're going to carry on to race number 3, kicking off Jackpot Pick 5 wagering. That carryover just under $220,000 for this $5,000 claimer for 3-year-olds and up, and they're going to go 5.5 furlong stretch. What do you like in this one?
Yeah, good sequence for the Pick 5. I think you get to $250,000 today, just what I've seen on the past wagering. Thanks for contributing, everybody getting involved, some good payouts. Let's start with, there's horses with speed, and then there's a few horses here especially are basically 1/4 horse speed. We have one in here, that's Hot Roddin'. This horse has speed. It was an exciting race last time going 5 furlongs. I know Kirt and I were very much looking forward to that race, and it lived up to it. It was exciting. That horse ran so well last time. Yeah, it didn't get the lead, but I like how the horse is coming right back. The horse is at the right level. 2 of the 3 races this year have been very good. The one that didn't get out of the gate, I'm just not even mentioning. I think it's Catch Me If if you can, should get a fair price, because there's some others in here, but this horse is going to go as far as he can. You've got Neville up. I like that just because this is his type of horse. So we'll see. My second choice is for me, it's kind of a guess who's going to be second, and I'm going to go with the 5. I think if Hot Rodden can't keep going, Carino will recognize that he can't possibly duel with that horse. He'll sit back and try to take a run late. If the track is favoring to speed, watch out. If not, could get beat. And then we'll go to the 3. The last time it was only going 5 furlongs, didn't really have a chance, was speed holding. Maybe if the others move too early or try to duel with Hot Rodden, maybe Northern Sky can pick up the pieces late. So I'm going to go 4-5-3.
Yeah, I'm with you on Hot Rodden, Stretch. Undoubtedly, this horse will get the lead. You might look at Frankly Fun and say, well, he battled the last 2 times. Not with this kind of speed, though. Hot Rodden's going to be freewheeling. How many he's going to be up by, who knows? But all I know is when you hop on Hot Rodden, there's one thing to do. Step on the gas pedal, go as far as you can go. And because this is 5.5 and not 6 furlongs, I think that is the big key of the race. So Hot Rodden is the one to beat, but we will see a couple races before this race. That'll help us to kind of see if speed is holding it all, but Hot Rodden for sure the speed. I also like number 2, Cyclone Dan. This horse ran lights out first time out, made a really nice close to be beaten by a length. In the comeback race, kind of just ran evenly and couldn't get there, but Frankly Fun was the speed, and that wasn't a lot of speed. 24-2 to the opening quarter. How can you close off of that as they speed up the fractions coming home? So that's why I like Cyclone Dan. And it's kind of a toss-up for me between Frankly Fun, Purely Given. Both me and Stretch liked Frankly Fun last time out because it was a speedless race and we thought he'd make the lead and control it, just like he did. He almost got passed down the lane, a couple nods, but battled back to get that win. So maybe Frankly Fun over Purely Given because of the inside, but Purely Given, this horse is sitting on a win, and maybe today's the day. I don't think it's going to play out that way, but I'll give the 5 a nod. I'm taking 4, 2, and 5. Now we're going to carry on to race number 4, kicking off $25,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering, $2,500 claimer for fillies, mares 3 and up that are non-winners of the year, going 5.5. Stretch, what do you got?
Well, I'm just trying to figure out how do you put it as a waiver claiming or something of do not hold me to any of my opinions on this race. It is so tough of a race. I have all 7 of the horses with basically similar figures within 2 or 3 points each race. Some step up, some regress a little bit. On any given day, I think any one of them basically can win. And that's why this is easily the toughest race for me. You'll see in my pick 4, pick 5 sequence. So where am I going to begin? Let's go with the horse that had a bit of a troubled trip. I'll start with the 4. Poor break. I watched the replay, both angles. Broke sideways, and then jockey kind of fought with him a bit and then rushed him up. Basically, I think Carino does stick after that, even after the claim. I do like that. So he must have saw something or give himself another shot to win. 3 of 5 at the distance, going 5.5. So I like that. Might go to the lead and try to steal it. Next, I'll go with the 6. I had a dream trip last time, but may get the same trip with a bit of duel. Has a win already this year. I like that. And then I got to throw in a price somewhere, and I'm going to go to the 1, Quietly Quick. Should get hopefully that dream trip on the rail. Dwight Lewis had a nice ride the other day, a patient ride, made a move. Maybe if he does the same, sits on the rail and the others go for it, maybe comes up. Morning line's 12-1, helps for the pick 4. So I'll go 4-6-1, which is almost none of the horses that you have, Kirt.
Yeah, I kind of see it a little differently. I like Babylon Will Fall. This horse ran good last time out, but not where I thought it would sit. It battled every step of the way and ended up getting tired. Know what I mean? I ended up rallying, and Videra stuck around for the win. But I like Babylon Will Fall sitting just off of it. I think this horse will run much better. Ran well at the $5,000 level, and now taking a drop again from 35, so I expect good things out of it. I do like Quietly Quick. This horse got shut off in the turn after dueling with 2 other horses on the inside, and then late down the lane came with Extra Run. So I really like seeing that. And as Stretch said, the rail has been golden, so should be able to get a pretty good trip. And I also like number 5, Wits Gatto. This horse was hard used last time out, 3 wide when I didn't think it needed to be there, and Bella Galena ended up swooping them all to get the win. Wits Gatto's taking the drop now to 2,500, where it fits right in. Only beaten a length and a half 2 outs ago when it was there, and that time it was chasing around. As Stretch said, this is wide open, but myself, I'm taking 3, 1, and 5. Now we're going to carry on to race number 5, a $1,500 claimer. 4 fillies and mares, 3 and up, that are non-winners of the year. Again, going the 5.5 furlong distance. Stretch, what do you like?
Well, I'll go with this race. Is a little bit easier than the last one, but not much. Similar. There's a few horses that are kind of really off form, so I've got to wait to see one for them to wake up, and if they wake up and they win, they pay a big price. Unfortunately, I won't have that horse. I'm going to go with the couple horses that have some recent form, and I'm going to go with the 2. I think the horse I know got loose last time, couldn't hang on, but it was handily for second against the other contenders in here, and that's the key for me, that if we can get a similar track, maybe the horse just, gets a little braver after the better effort. That I'll put that as my top selection. I thought the 1 horse kind of woke up last time, should get the same trip. Does need to improve to beat the 2, but at this level, that's all you need. Maybe the 2's run the races this year and might regress a little bit, and then that might get the 1 to move up. My kind of sleeper here, I think both Kirt and I both liked this horse the first time out. Only had the 1 start, and that's the 5. Has the back class, a couple works coming in. Any of the races last year, if this horse can get back to those races from last year, watch out, this horse could win, might even get a price. Again, wide open. I do have it down to 3 or 4 horses. I even have your pick in there too. Once again, we have another different selections on picks again, Kirt, but that's why we kind of think these races are tough. Kirt?
Well, no doubt about it. I agree Catalina Dreamin' is the speed, but I can't go all in on this type of horse. It is making the 3rd start off the layoff. Last year, 3rd start off the layoff was a win, but that was only going 5 furlongs. This is 5.5. Will have the front end. Will it get tired late? Yes, it always does. But will it have a big enough lead is the biggest question mark. I am just not sure if Catalina Dreamin' will. I think it'll run its race and definitely will be the odds-on choice to win it. But I'm going to take a shot. It does get beat. I went to number 7, Dreamcastle. A couple 4th place finishes in the last couple outings. But this horse was sitting well back in the field and wasn't able to get up there. Well, today you get Jorge Carreno aboard, and he did the same thing with a horse called Gold Shaft. This horse was always rallying from well back, ran a couple 3rd place finishes. Jorge Carreno jumped on. What happened? He sat 4 lengths off of it, 3 or 4, and he ended up winning the race in a stalking position instead of a deep closer. Dreamcastle has won at this distance 5 times out of 18 at the racetrack. So it knows how to win. It just needs to be closer. And I think Jorge Carreno will be the key. And I love the morning line at 8-1. So I put him on top with the speedy Catalina Dreamin'. And I'm with Stretch. I think Hilda is the best in the race, but she ran just even last time out. I expect her to run better. And if she does, she just might take it all. So I'm 7, 2, and 5. Now we're going to carry on to race number 6, an allowance race for Manitoba, Saskatchewan, North and South Dakota bred, filly and mares. They're going to go 7.5 furlongs. Stretch. This should be a great race.
It will be a great race. Yeah, good call. I agree with you. A lot of little things going on here. Like you said, going 7.5 for the 2 turns. I'm going to go with a horse that I've been betting against and paying for it each time. She keeps beating me, and she keeps proving me wrong. And now I've got to jump on board. Hopefully it's not a little too late. And that's the 6. Been 6 to 7 in the money, going 7 or 7.5 furlongs. I think the horse will basically stalk, and then take over if the speed backs up. There's just enough speed in here that I think it may not carry the whole way around, and go from there. A good replay kind of showed that this horse kind of has the horse's number measured, but I think just because of how the race can go and the 2 turns, I am going to go to the 4 as my second selection. Certainly can handle the distance. Like I said, on the June 21st race, it looked like the 6 was just better, but I did like how the 4 finished up and was kind of get there late, so that's why I used that one. The horse that kind of woke up a few races ago, maybe could clear, and so you don't want to leave out a horse that might be able to get the lead and steal it, and that's the 5. Too tough last time. Throw that race out, and let's take a shot. 6, 4, 5.
Yeah, I see that. Dazzling Gold does clear in here. Dazzling Gold's been testing some real toughies. 2 outs ago when it went against Aramon and Sweet Design, had a double duel. So put away the first horse, second horse came, put that one away. Couldn't put away Sweet Design, who, excuse me, ended up rallying. Aramon came late to steal second away, but Dazzling Gold definitely, I think, gets better as they go farther. So she's finally getting her distance. Sweet Design, back-to-back wins. How can you go against her? Beating pretty well everybody in here except the 3-year-olds. Aramon, a rallier who ran second to Sweet Design. Last time out was just too tough. Half and a wrapper going 5.5 furlongs. She was going against the best mares on the ground, sprinting. She got a loose lead and walked on them. And then the other 2 or 3-year-olds in here, Mariana and Maybella, they are talented 3-year-olds, but they are going against the older company. This is going to be a tougher test. Yes, they tested Melisandre in the last one, but these older horses are seasoned, so it's not going to be an easy task for them, but they could show us up in here. But I'm with Stretch, 5, 6, and 4. Now we're going to carry on to race number 7, a $5,000 claimer for Manitoba, Saskatchewan, North to South Dakota bred filly and mares 3 and up that are maidens. They're going to go 6 furlongs. Stretch, what do you got in the nightcap?
All right, well, you know what I have in the nightcap. You were just laughing at my selection off camera, Kirt, and that's fair. How could you take this horse? Well, I'll tell you how I can take this horse. The horse is back where this horse belongs. 2 races ago, there was lots of speed against Kate's Princess. No chance. Last time, again, no chance against that field. I like these kind of horses that kind of get dirtied up on the program. I might actually get some value. If you kind of look back of where the horse was in a right race, we know she can go about 107 and 4, about 5.5 furlongs. I think the last 16th, if she gets home in the last 8 seconds, and usually it's about 6 seconds is what you're kind of looking for, if she can come home in 8 seconds, I think that's fast enough to beat the rest of the field. So that's kind of my angle. I know she will be staggering, and I'll be yelling and her, keep going, and the others will be closing. But I think that's the key for me. The other horses, I just don't believe can go fast enough to win. I do know some tracks have been slower. I have taken that into account. I'll go best of the rest. Workout and Antonio up. That's the 2 makes sense. I don't disagree with you on your pick. I just think I can maybe steal a price if the 7 gets there. I'll go to the 1 as my 3rd, but for me it's the 7 and maybe the 2. But we'll go 7, 2, 1.
Well, I hope everybody thinks like you, Stretch, because I don't see the race playing out like that. I see Tormentico going to the front, yes. Queen's Crown also has one way of going to the front. She can go 47.5, so at least she'll be close to Tormentica. So Tormentica, they can't try and slow it down to 48 or 48 and change. So I think they still will be going fast. What I don't like about Tormentica is the way she finished. Last time out in that 5-horse field, if you remember, I did a $20 straight superfecta that I ended up having the wrong way because I had reasonable cause for 2nd and Marianda for 3rd, because I said Melisandre will battle on the front, she'll back up. Yes, there is no Melisandre in here, but she hasn't showed she could finish yet, so that's why I'm leaving her out of my top 3. I went to number 2, Elsie's Wish. She's been a good rallier. Last time out, ran against 2 tough ones, True Kate and two more, or No More Secrets, and they all rallied together from off the pace as there was some early speed to set it up, like today's race. So I think Elsie's Wish, who also has a workout coming in, just needed that one, and Antonio Whitehall does jump aboard, so I think that is a bonus. His timing is impeccable. I also like a couple other long shots in here. I like number 4, Smiling Brush. Here's a horse that early, if you watch the replay, I watched it a few times. I'm not sure what happened early on in the race, but it did look like Richard Mangley was trying to put his inside foot back in the stirrups, his left one. If you watch the replay, you will see that in about the first furlong. And then he started riding as he was coming to the turn. Horse made a big sweeping move, flattened out down the lane. I looked at a horse the other day, Crimson Bow, who did the same kind of thing, and it ended up running big, got caught at the wire. So I'm looking for Smiling Brush to run a big one, and Wiring Me the Money is taking a drop in class, and that's usually just what's needed to beat these kind. So I'm taking 2, 4, and 1 to end it off. Good luck with all your wagers and selections that you have this evening, and I'll be right back with the changes on this evening's Card of Racing. And if everybody can get their pens and programs ready, here are the changes on this evening's 7-race card racing. Turning your programs to race number 1, scratch number 4, Candy Giant. That's race number 1, scratch the 4, Candy Giant. And with that scratch, there will be no superfecta wagering in race number 1. Now turning your programs to race number 2. In race 2, scratch number 4, Esther's Quest. That's race number 2, scratch the 4, Esther's Quest. Now turning your programs to race number 3, kicking off jackpot pick 5 wagering. That carryover over $218,000 and expected to be over $250,000 come post time. And there's no changes in race 3. Now turning your programs to race number 4, kicking off $25,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering. Only the lone overweight, which is on your TV monitors. Now turning your programs to race number 5, there are no changes. Now turning your programs to race number 6, again, just a few overweights, and they're on your TV monitors. Now turning your programs to race number 7, our jackpot high 5 race of the evening. Just a few overweights and the jackpot high 5 carryover approaching $50,000. Well, it's a little smoky right now here in Winnipeg under hazy skies. The temperature 23 degrees Celsius or 73 degrees Fahrenheit. Stretch, what do you think about the haze?
Well, interesting how he changed the graphic after you commented the other day.
That it looked like the sun was eating it.
So he's added a bit more, which it is a little more hazy. So it's a nice added feature. Good work, Mitch.
Excellent job. And we got a fast racetrack for today's 7-race card racing. And we're going to kick it off right here in race number 1 that goes to post in 16 minutes. And welcome down to the paddock for race number 1. We're kicking off this week's card racing with an allowance optional $15,000 claimer. For the boys 3 and up, they're going to go 7.5 furlongs. Stretch, who do you like in the opener?
Well, I'm going to start with the 5. We're going to talk about them all, but for a 4-horse field, Kirt, I think this is an excellent race. Good little match race in here. I'm looking forward to it. Tiger by the Tail is a horse that I followed over the years, and last year was fortunate enough to cash a few tickets on him. This year, I haven't actually bet him to win because I didn't think the race is set up properly for him. But he showed so much, more speed than usual, pressing some top level horses. I think he is the only speed in here. We've got, I guess, maybe if the 3 kind of takes a shot at him, but Tiger doesn't have to have the lead. So I like the couple week layoff. I like the couple works. I think it's just a great move by Michael there to set this horse up for a prime effort. And all you ask for is to have the horse in top form or in a spot. So that's my first selection. Pick one.
Yeah, I'm going to take a look at number 2, Soberano. Soberano coming by way of Golden Gate, and Wendy Anderson did a lot of shopping there in the winter and early spring, and it's really paid off for her as she's gotten multiple runners out of there. Our question mark usually is, will they transfer to our dirt surface? And pretty well every single one of them has done it nicely. And Soberano, this is a horse that ran very well this year, 4 for 5 in the money. The lone bad race, well, that one angled out, had no bid. That was for 12.5, but since then, 2 seconds, a win, and a third, and all of them going a route of ground. This 7.5 furlongs should be right up this horse's alley. Has some decent works coming in. Couple of nice 5 furlong works, 102 and 4, 103 and 2. But again, another horse that doesn't possess speed. This is a true stalker that's going to try and make a move into the pace, whatever the pace might be. But I just don't think there's going to be a really good pace today.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. It's just the wrong type. He needs a few more horses in here. Interesting how we see Golden Gate run really well and Woodbine not as well, like first start out. So there's good notes. That's probably different. It's obviously different in some other tracks where horses will go depending on the surface, because not every dirt surface is exactly the same. So let's talk about Ma Mischief. This horse has been running really well. 2 back, Sheldon gave this horse an excellent ride to beat
Mr. Benz came back to win on Wednesday.
Yeah, and the reason this horse won was because such a good ride by Sheldon, so full credit there. Kind of the same thing. This horse could be sitting close, but isn't a dueling type of horse. So now it's at the mercy of, will the 5 stop? So that's why I went with that horse. I thought that horse would be a little closer than the 2. Yeah, and last horse, the 3?
Yeah, last horse is Shaded, came by way of Lone Star. And ran some good races here. Californium was a speedball out of the Gary Danielson barn. Alpine Luck and Hot Rodden. Those 2 horses, Hot Rodden was a claimer of the year. Alpine Luck out of the Jared Brown barn. And then did win at the 75 level. That was 2018 though. Then went over to Woodbine, resurfaced 2 years later at Century Mile. Only ran the 1 start, and that wasn't an easy one in a 17.5 optional claimer. Now comes debuts here. Works are okay, but not an easy spot to start in.
Yeah, I agree with you. And the last few races at the end of the career, or not the end of before ended racing for a while, didn't show a lot of speed. So we'll see what Dwight decides. Are they going to send? I think it'd be good to watch how this horse runs, but maybe give the horse 1.
Yeah, I agree with you there. All right, we're going to our wagers here in race number 1. Stretch. Looks like I got a little more money in my pocket.
Yeah, you've got more money, and I like to pace myself. You're the risk taker you are. You don't mind heading down to get that extra change in.
Not at all.
So I'm conservative. We got a great week ahead. I like the 5 to win, but just in case, I'll have that extra $10 in my pocket.
All right, 20 to win on 5 for Stretch. I'm taking 30 to win on 5. Good luck with all your wagers here in race number 1. We'll see you back for race 2. horses are on the track for race number 1. They're going to go 7.5 furlongs for $16,600. Number 1 is Ma's Mischief, owned by Henry Wood Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno, with Sheldon Chickeness. Number 2 is Soberano, owned by Wind Dancer Stable and Colleen O'Hagan, trained by Wendy Anderson, with Leroy Nelson. Number 3 is Shaded, owned by 2 Points Ranch, trained by Stephen Gaskin, with Dwight Lewis. Number 4, Candy Giant, was scratched. Number 5 is Tiger by His Tail, owned by The Young and the Rest of Us, trained by Michael Nault, with Stanley Chady Jr. Post time for race number 1, 7 minutes away. now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
All right, we're kicking off a new week. We're going around 2 turns for the first race. Yes, there's only 4 horses, but I think it's a good 4-horse field race. And I'm going to start with the 2. It valued there is 2-1. I think this horse could be on the lead alone, depending if the 3 lets the horse go. If not, we've got Chady could just sit just off, make the move first. If it's a speed holding track, should be very tough to beat. If there's a duel, then maybe the 1 or 2 can upset, but I'm sticking with the 5.
Yeah, I'm with you, Stretch. I really like number 5, Tiger by His Tail. Even if the 3 does go out, the 5 will be in a stalking position. The last time it ran 2 turns was against Real Grace, and that wasn't an easy task, as that horse had the lone lead and ended up going wire to wire as it did the very next time. And I agree with you, the exactor is the 1 or 2, whichever way you want to go. I'm leaning towards the 1. Good luck here in the opener. Mons Mischief, the first to head into the starting gate. Soberano is loaded. Only 2 left to go. Shaded steps up and in. And now just waiting on Tiger by his tail. They're at the post. And they're off. From the outside, Tiger by his tail, showing some good early foot. And now putting on the brakes early as they come in front of the grandstand for the first time. Tiger by his tail on the rail. Maz Mischief on the outside in second, getting packed 3 wide is Soberano. And 4 wide is Shaded. As you can throw a blanket over the field, they walk the opening quarter in 25 seconds. Got a Tiger by his tail, still heavily restrained by Stanley Chady Jr. On the inside, Shaded has now moved up to put on a bit of pressure. Sitting back in third, Soberano now going to the rail, Maz Mischief. And those two only a length and a half off the lead. The half 49-4 sped up very slightly as Tiger by his tail now assumes command by a length and a half. Maz Mischief taking that rail turn in second, back in third, Shaded. Soberano still has a lot of work to do. Now about 6 out of it. They hit the head of the lane. 3/4, 1:15-1, and Tiger by his tail kicks it in even more and now opens up by 6. This is all Tiger by his tail. He's gonna coast to victory. Second's gonna go to Maz Mischief. Third to Soberano, and fourth to Shaded. The Stewards are posted number 5, Tiger by his tail as your race winner. Second goes to number 1, Maz Mischief. Third to number 2, Soberano. And fourth to number 3, Shaded. They went the opening quarter, 25 seconds. The half, 49-4. 6 furlongs, 1:15-3. Time for the 7.5 furlongs, 1:34-3. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner here in race number 1, that's number 5, Tiger by His Tail. Tiger by His Tail is a dark bay or brown gelding, 6 years old, by Brilliant Speed, out of the mare Hunter's Tiger Paw by Military. Owned by the Young and the Rest of Us, trained by Michael Nault, and ridden to victory by Stanley Chady Jr. Time for the 7.5 furlongs, 1:34 and 3. Race 1 is official in the upcoming second race. Scratch number 4, Esther's Quest. That's here in race number 2. Scratch the 4, Esther's Quest. Post time for race number 2, 18 minutes away. Post. And they're off. From the outside, Tiger by His Tail, showing some good early foot. And now putting on the brakes early as they come in front of the grandstand for the first time. Tiger by His Tail on the rail. Ma's Mischief. On the outside in second, getting packed 3 wide is Soberano. And 4 wide is Shaded. As you can throw a blanket over the field, they walk the opening quarter in 25 seconds. Got a Tiger by His Tail, still heavily restrained by Stanley Chady Jr. On the inside, Shaded has now moved up to put on a bit of pressure. Sitting back in third, Soberano now going to the rail, Ma's Mischief. Those two only a length and a half off the lead. The half 49 and 4 sped up very slightly as Tiger by His Tail now assumes command by a length and a half. Ma's Mischief taking that rail turn in second, back in third, Shaded. Soberano still has a lot of work to do. Now about 6 out of it. They hit the head of the lane. 3/4, 115 and 1, and Tiger by His Tail kicks it in even more and now opens up by 6. This is all Tiger by His Tail. He's gonna coast to victory. Second's gonna go to Ma's Mischief. Third to Soberano, and fourth to Shaded. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 2 for this Manitoba, Saskatchewan, North and South Dakota bred non-2 lifer. They're going to go 7.5 furlongs. Scratch number 4, Esther's Quest. Stretch, we start off the week with the winner.
We did, both of us, and
that's surprising, both of us.
Both on a Monday. We vary on different days. Last year, Monday was your day. A few Mondays have been my day. Well, I'd like to also thank Chady to making me look very good, because I talked about how well he's been riding, and he rode that horse perfectly. You could not ask for a better ride, and he controlled it. It also shows that don't leave out the 2 next time. The 2 does not run close to the pace. He needs a pace battle. So careful, kind of make those notes and remember that there was no speed.
Yeah, and he got hung out there first start over the track, and I agree with you next time, but we keep saying this, pace makes a race. If you can find it, know what it's going to do, it makes the puzzle a lot easier to put together.
Absolutely, and then well, we won't make any comments on track bias at all yet.
No, we couldn't see anything out of there except a really good ride by Stanley slowing it down.
Correct.
Okay,
Correct.
Race number 2. Let's start off with you. What do you got? What do you like?
Well, the comment I made at ASD Live is just there's not a lot of experience of these horses going 2 turns. I'll start with the 3. That's my top selection. Even with the scratch, yeah, we can find that, Jake. Thank you. Even with the scratch, this horse is my top selection. This horse has just been running so well. The horse has been just losing to horses that are slightly better. And so that's kind of in my notes, that it's not a seconditis horse when the horse on the top 2 are just better. You made the comment about Bear Me a Moment dropping in.
From first level allowance, which is insane compared to breed non-2 lifers.
Correct, and this horse had the lead at the 16th pole, or turning for home, and so you've got to pay attention to that. Can the horse go the distance? I think so. I don't think it's too much of an ask. Figures have the horse here. Yeah, and why not get the double? Back to the Stanley wins the double.
Yeah, well, I like the way that this horse finished. It didn't give it up by any stretch. It got outrun. And Bear Me a Moment got in a lot of trouble, was sitting on the rail, got in trouble at the quarter pole, ended up getting out and running him down. True Scout had a 3-wide trip in there, and maybe Sheldon pulled the trigger last time just a touch early to go up 3 wide around that turn, and gave up the rail to Bear Me a Moment. But I really like True Scout because it's tactical speed in here, and there isn't a lot of speed. The only other speed I could see going out is the 5 Chippewa Kid, but definitely True Scout the one to beat. Let's take a look at number 1, Tony the Tagger. A good win last time out. That was kind of a weird race the way it was run, but Tony the Tagger got blinkers for the first time. Hector Rabbitskin was sitting back and then made a wide move all the way around, but it didn't matter. He ended up coasting to a 5-length victory. Yes, it was a very slow time that day, but that week all the times were slow. So Tony the Tagger, a shot for second, Stretch?
Yeah, I think it definitely is a shot for second. That's what you're kind of looking for to get there. My longer shot was the 2 horse. It's a maiden. I don't like taking maidens, but I just think that this horse is better going longer than shorter. So that's why I had that up there. The 6, you have the 3rd. We're kind of in agreement. What do you think?
Yeah, you got this one in second. Let me talk about Chippewa Kid, the 5. Watch out for this one. Yes, it's the longest shot on the board, but this horse showed that it had some run in it last time. After the first time, didn't show much in a tough allowance non-2 lifer, didn't show anything in the Chippewa Derby, but last time showed some speed and stuck around. This horse might track True Scout every step of the way, or maybe take the lead, and these 2 could run around the track together.
Yeah, it's very, very possible. There are enough unknowns to take a shot on a longer price.
And Henry, your second choice.
Yeah, I like the horse 2 back when it won big, and then it was a little too tough last time. I just think that the horse has maybe figured it out. Look at the first 2 races, not even a buyer in there, and then runs a little bit better. That's kind of my improving horse.
All right, so let's go to our bets here in race number 2. Try and keep it rolling. Stretch, $20 exactor, another 20.
Yeah, well, I made a comment last race that I'd have an extra 10 if I'd lost. Instead, you had 30 to win, so you've got that much more than I do, an extra 20 there. That's okay, just an easy $20 exactor, 3-6.
And myself, I'm going after the pick 3. I'm keying the 3 with 2 horses and 3 horses, a $5 wheel. That'll cost you 30. Good luck with all your wagers here in race number 2, and we'll see you back for race 3, kicking off jackpot pick 5 wagering. The horses are on the track for race number 2. They're going to go 7.5 furlongs for $9,500. Number 1 is Tony the Tiger, owned by Shelley Brown and Larry Falloon, trained by Shelley Brown with Hector Rabbitskin. Number 2 is Happy Harley, owned by Henry Wood Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Rafael Zentino Jr. Number 3 is True Scout, owned by Alonzo Daly, trained by Fred Rawson with Stanley Chady Jr. Number 4, Esther's Quest, was scratched. Number 5 is Chippewa Kid, owned by Dave Gorno Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Sheldon Checkadas. Rounding out the field is number 6, Henry's in Control, owned by Larry Falloon and Steve Gaskin, trained by Steve Gaskin with Richard Mangley. Post time for race number 2, 6 minutes away. It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
All right, we've got another 7.5 furlong race going 2 turns. This is a little different. These horses have a little less experience as the previous in the first race. There is the big favorite that just suddenly got hit to 1-5. That's the horse to beat. The figures say it. The horse is running so well. There are no horses similar to the horse that's lost the last 2 times. It can stalk, take over late. It's 3-6. If you need an exactor, I'm going to go 3-6. I think that horse is the potential improving horse to complete your exactor. Kirt?
Yeah, I'm with you, Stretch. I'm all over number 3, True Scout. This horse definitely is the top player in the race with tactical speed. There isn't a lot of speed in here, so maybe look at an exactor play to number 5, Chippewa Kid, who showed remarkable improvement in its last start. This horse did win last year. Maybe he's just coming around, and he's going to be with True Scout towards the front, so they just might run around the track together. Good luck here in race 2. Tony the Tiger will be the first one to load without jockey Hector Rabbitskin. Once the gate crew gets Tony the Tiger in, he'll climb back aboard. Next up, Happy Harley headed in. From the middle, the current 2-5 choice, True Scout, steps up. Two left to load, Chippewa Kid. And now just waiting on Henry's in control. And the field will be set. They're at the post. And they're off. Hopping at the start was Tony the Tiger. From the inside, True Scout is flashing his early speed as they come towards the grandstand, but is matched on the outside by Chippewa Kid, as those two are making some dawdling fractions. Moving 3 wide, Tony the Tiger starting to put on a little pressure, and then a gap of 3 lengths back to Happy Harley, and Henry's in control, running as a pair at the back of the field. The opening quarter, a crawling 26-1, and there's 3 across the track. On the inside, True Scout, to the outside, Tony the Tiger. Wedged in between, that's Chippewa Kid trying to get motivated. Happy Harley and Henry's in control are now only 3 lengths off of it. The half 51-3. Still on the lead is True Scout, who now gets up by a length. Tony the Tiger back to second. Henry's in control, making a 3 wide bid in third, trying to come up the rail. Happy Harley as they hit the head of the lane. The leader is still True Scout through 3/4 and 118-1. On the inside, Happy Harley, to the outside. Henry's in control, but they're hitting the 16th pole, and True Scout switches leads and is long gone. Is gonna win by 6. Second goes to Henry in control, third to Happy Harley, and fourth to Tony the Tiger. Stewart's posted number 3, True Scout, as your race winner. Second goes to number 6, Henry's in control. Third to number 2, Happy Harley. And fourth to number 1, Tony the Tiger. They went the opening quarter 26-1, the half 51-3, 6 furlongs, 118-1. Time for the 7.5 furlongs, 138-1. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner here in race number 2, that's number 3, True Scout. True Scout is a big gelding, 5 years old by True Sense, out of the mare Commando Kate by Going Commando. Owned by Alonzo Daly, trained by Fred Rawson, and ridden to victory by Stanley Chady Jr. Time for the 7.5 furlongs, 1:38-1. Number 3, True Scout, was proudly bred right here in Manitoba by his owner, Alonzo Daly. Also, congratulations goes out to rider Stanley Chady Jr., who captures the early double. 2 wins for jockey Stanley Chady Jr. Race 2 is official in the upcoming 3rd race, kicking off Jackpot Pick 5 wagering. There are no changes. And concerning the Jackpot Pick 5, there is no scratches or any other changes in races 4, 5, 6, or 7. The carryover in the Jackpot Pick 5, just under $220,000, and they're gonna go to post in 21 minutes. Hopping at the start was Tony the Tiger. From the inside, True Scout is flashing his early speed as they come towards the grandstand, but is matched on the outside by Chippewa Kid, as those two are making some dawdling fractions. Moving 3 wide, Tony the Tiger starting to put on a little pressure, and then a gap of 3 lengths back to Happy Harley, and Henry's in control, running as a pair at the back of the field. The opening quarter, a crawling 26-1, and there's 3 across the track. On the inside, True Scout to the outside, Tony the Tiger wedged in between, that's Chippewa Kid trying to get motivated. Happy Harley and Henry's in control are now only 3 lengths off of it. The half, 51-3. Still on the lead is True Scout, who now gets up by a length. Tony the Tiger back to second. Henry's in control, making a 3 wide bid in third, trying to come up the rail. Happy Harley as they hit the head of the lane. The leader is still True Scout through 3 quarters and 1:18-1. On the inside, Happy Harley to the outside. Henry's in control, but they're hitting the 16th pole, and True Scout switches leads and is long gone. Is gonna win by 6. Second goes to Henry in control, third to Happy Harley, and fourth to Tony the Tiger. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 3. Time to kick off the jackpot pick 5 with a $5,000 claimer for 3-year-olds and up. They're going to go 5.5 furlongs. A special welcome to TVG and all their viewers joining us for the jackpot pick 5. And if you didn't see race 1 and 2, it was the favorite in the last race, and the horse me and Stretch liked in the first was the second favorite, Tiger by His Tail. Both were speed, both got it done, but we're not saying it's speed favoring just yet.
Yeah, for sure, because especially that last race, the winner for us was kind of a jump off the page. That was just the best horse. I think that horse could have stalked or just was much the best, went to the lead. So
yeah, definitely. First quarter 26-1. He should have been on the lead.
Well, yeah.
So
for sure. I didn't expect the dawdling, as you called it.
Yes, because they were dawdling. Nobody was making a move. They're all sitting there looking at each other saying, "Hey, what are you doing? Hey, what are you doing?" Nobody wanted to take command. You see that every now and then at every racetrack, and you hope it never happens when you have closers.
For sure, big time. Now this is the race that everybody's waiting for, the first race sequence of the pick 5. I can already tell you it's going to be $250,000, $250,000 coming up. There's already a bunch of money in. That's the carryover coming in, 218, but we just saw the opening click of what's on it. So I think there is a chance it goes today, Kirt, because there is a favorite in the last. These first two, we talked about an ASD Live. These first 2 races are a little tricky. This one, but races 4 and 5, we are on complete different pages, which isn't the first time and won't be the last. But we both we did agree that they were wide open. We are going. Let's start with the 4. Look at that. Jake reads my mind there. This horse is one of the fastest horses at ASD. Doesn't always make it all the way, but is in the right level. A few years ago, this horse just was just a win machine, and then went to Turf Paradise, won some there. Isn't quite the same horse as he was a few years ago, but is in the right level. The trainer's got the horse in the right spot. That 5 furlong race was, I believe, about 3 or 4 horses that were quarter horses in there. All-out duel.
And Call Me Richard, the eventual winner, was the horse dropping from the second level allowance, optional $15,000. And 'tis funny, you couldn't beat that horse at the 5,000 claiming level, going 5 or 5.5.
Exactly.
So it was a good race.
So the first race, we kind of talked not a lot of speed. This horse is a different kind. This is pure speed. There is some other speed. For example, the one horse, and even Purely Given has a bit of speed.
And Deadly Black Eagle.
Thank you, yes. But Hot Rodden will be on the lead. You've got Neville Stevenson, and his strength is getting the horse out and going. I like the 5.5. Both Kirt and I thought the same thing. 5.5 was the key, not 6. Kind of a warm, not a hot day, but warm enough that this horse can go gate to wire, I think. Anything to add on Hot Rodden?
No, that's pretty well it. Run, catch me if you can, and I'm with you. 5.5, they're going to have a real tough time catching Hot Rodden. A horse I'd like to round out my exactor in here, number 2, Cyclone Dan. What a great race first time out against Spire and Zucchini. They were both speed horses that ended up sticking around for a 1-2 finish, and this horse closed like gangbusters. I liked it last time out, but the fractions just weren't there as they went 24-2 the first quarter, 24-1 the second quarter, and a closer just isn't going to get there with those kind of fractions. So I expect this horse to sit back like everybody else will in the field, but I think he can really show some good late run. Jared Brown's been on absolute fire most of the time with Jorge Carreno, who's on his other horse, the 5 Purely Given. But Rafael Zentino Jr. had a couple wins the other night on Wednesday. So I think Cyclone Dan, a great closer.
Yeah, I agree. I went with the other Jared Brown horse. I like both the jockeys you mentioned, and with Carreno. He knows he's not going to the lead. I think this horse might be a little bit closer to Hot Rod, and he certainly won't be trying to press. And maybe just being a little bit closer gets the jump on some of the other closers. The figures are good with this horse. This is, for me, it becomes the 4 and then kind of a bit of a guess on who's there next, and that's why I did go to the 5 as my second choice. And you've also got the 5. I'll jump in on the Northern Sky. You were a fan on this horse last time to maybe catch a piece. 5 furlongs was a little too long.
A little too short.
Thank you very much. Yeah, a little too short. Maybe this is the other closer. If some of the others try to go early, this horse does close late. That's my third choice. What about the 1? You talked about the 1 on the show.
Well, we absolutely loved this horse last time out because it came out of that Spire Zucchini race. And in the race it came back in, there was no speed at all. And the way it banged out with those 2 horses, we thought it would have cleared, and he ended up clearing, battled, and he was passed down the lane. But he did fight back to get that win, as he did have some left after the soft early fractions by 3/4 of a length. But he's going to have to come off it today, no doubt about it. But definitely off that last race, he is a contender in here, and that's why he's 4-1.
For sure. And just the last one we'll mention about Deadly Black Eagle. Clearly needed that race. Has the back class to be tough in here. Has the work. I'm going to watch one, but this horse does have talent.
Yeah, I picked this horse last time out thinking he would have been loose speed in the race. Marquis Well ended up winning 3 in a row, including jumping up from there to win the first level allowance. But that 2-year layoff, obviously, Deadly Black Eagle needed that one. I think he, again, like you said, will need one more before his best showing. So let's go to our bets here in race number 3. Stretch always goes after the pick 5, and I'm just getting greedy now. I'm going after it too. Stretch, you started off.
How can you not go after it with what it's getting to? This is a sequence that could win. You see we have a little bit different sequence. We cannot share the jackpot, which is good because, you know, that'd be...
Yeah, we don't want to do that.
Cut each other out on it. As you can see, I need a lot of horses in that, everybody in the second leg. And a few others. We have the same in the second last, and then we're completely different. I see speed going gate to wire. You see closers coming in.
Deja vu of Wednesday, but I got the better of you, buddy.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, I got the same thing. 57-60, 4 horses, 3 horses, 4 horses, 3 horses. End off with 2 closers in the end. Good luck with all your selections here in race number 3, and we'll see you back for race 4. Kicking off jackpot pick 5 wagering. The horses on the track for race number 3. They're going to go 5.5 furlongs for $12,000. Number 1 is Frankly Fun, owned by Monique Goulet, trained by Will Taranjo with Leroy Nelson. Number 2 is Cyclone Dan, owned and trained by Jared Brown, Rafael Zentino Jr. aboard. Number 3 is Northern Sky, owned by Tessa Fay Stable, trained by Shelley Brown, with Stanley Chady Jr. The 4 is Hot Rodden, owned and trained by Maria Stanford, Neville Stevenson aboard. Number 5 is Purely Given, owned by Laurie Ferguson, trained by Jared Brown, with Jorge Carreño. Rounding out the field is number 6, Deadly Black Eagle, owned by Jerry Gowdy and Rick Wise, trained by Rick Wise, with Antonio Whitehall. Jackpot pick 5 wagering here in race number 3. They go to post in 6 minutes. It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
All right, we're shortening up to 5.5 furlongs. The first two races, we had some dawdling front end speed go. There is no dawdling about hot rodding in here. He will go fast and as far as he can. It's going to be hang on mode. I think he can do it. The horse, it's in the right spot, right level. Doesn't have the other speed balls to try to even press. If you don't think the horse can make the distance, my other horse is the 5. Karina will sit just off and may take over late. So I'll give it a 4-5. Kirt?
Yeah, Stretch, I'm with you. This is the easiest spot that Hot Roddin has hit in that last start that he ran. That was crazy amounts of speed in there. There is none of that today. So I expect him to go to the front, catch me if you can. My exactor play is the 2 Cyclone Dan. Throughout that last race, there was no speed to run at. Today, there is this speed, and if it starts coming back, watch for Cyclone Dan to be flying down the lane. Good luck here in race 3. post time. Weekly fun, first one to go in. Next up, Cyclone Dan. Northern Sky's turn. The current favorite at 9-5, Hot Roddin'. Two left to load, Purely Given, the second choice. Now just waiting on Deadly Black Eagle. They're all set, they're at the post. And they're off. Breaking a little slow was Cyclone Dan. Not breaking slow, Hot Roddin'. Quickly goes out and captures the early lead by 3 as Neville Stevenson's looking around for company. Deadly Black Eagle is the stalker in second. Then it's Purely Given on the outside in third. Northern Sky hugging the rail in fourth. Then it's another 4 lengths back to Frankly Fun. And Cyclone Dan can see them all. 24 seconds the early quarter. And Hot Roddin' is loving life on the front. Deadly Black Eagle still hasn't made his move in second. Driving from third is Purely Given with Northern Sky on the inside. Cyclone Dan has found his shoes and he's revving it up at the head of lane. 48 seconds a half. Hot Roddin' holding on to the lead, dug into the outside. That's going to be a rally from Purely Given, but Hot Roddin' is not going to get caught. Cyclone Dan gets second. Frankly Fun rally for third, and fourth goes to Purely Given. The stewards are posted number 4, Hot Roddin' as your race winner. Second goes to number 2, Cyclone Dan. Third to number 1, Frankly Fun. And fourth to number 5, Purely Given. They went the opening quarter 24 seconds. That half 48 and 1. Time for the 5.5 furlongs, 107 and 1. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner here in race number 3, that's number 4, Hot Rodden. Hot Rodden is a chestnut gelding, 8 years old, by Heat Shield, out of the mare Gorgeous Guma by Maria Zman. Owned and trained by Maria Stanford and ridden to victory by Neville Stevenson. Time for the 5.5 furlongs, 107-1. Race 3 is official. In the upcoming 4th race, kicking off $25,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering, there are no changes. We will carry on with the rest of the changes in the pick 4, but there isn't any in race 5, 6, or 7. $25,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering starts right here in race number 4. And they're off. Breaking a little slow was Cyclone Dan. Not breaking slow, Hot Rodden. Quickly goes out and captures the early lead by 3. As Neville Stevenson's looking around for company. Deadly Black Eagle is the stalker in 2nd. Then it's Purely Given on the outside in 3rd. Northern Sky hugging the rail in 4th. Then it's another 4 lengths back to Frankly Fun, and Cyclone Dan can see them all. 24 seconds the early quarter, and Hot Rodden is loving life on the front. Deadly Black Eagle still hasn't made his move in 2nd. Driving from 3rd is Purely Given with Northern Sky on the inside. Cyclone Dan has found his shoes, and he's revving it up at the head of lane. 48 seconds a half. Hot Rodden holding on to the lead, dug into the outside. That's going to be a rally from Purely Given, but Hot Rodden is not going to get caught. Cyclone Dan gets 2nd. Frankly Fun rally for 3rd, and 4th goes to Purely Given. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 4. We're kicking off $25,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering with the $2,500 claimer for fillies, mares 3 and up that are non-winners of the year. They're going to go 5.5 furlongs. Special welcome to TVG for joining us here in race 4. Stretch, who do you like?
Well, that last race, we kind of said what would happen, and I said off air, if the race was 6 furlongs, I would not have been selecting Hot Rod.
And I'm with you, but that 5.5 was everything.
Exactly. And so big support in the pick 5. We're at about 270,000 up for grabs. Both our tickets are alive, and probably most tickets are still alive. But hey, it's still good to get one out of the way. And so apparently you can follow us on YouTube chat. There's a poll going on right now. Who do you follow, Stretch or Kirt or both? Like, I'm a little hurt that they're jumping off. You get the exact of the last race. I get the first 2, and they jump off my bandwagon and right to yours. I'm hurt. People, I should call my mom. I got to get my mom voting for me to help me out there.
Well, I think it's because you gave a $6 horse, which I did also. And then you gave a $5 exactor, but I had a $17 exactor in the last race.
Fair enough. I'll
get some money back off that
Fair
one.
enough. I'll probably jump on your bandwagon and vote for you, Kirt. Now, that's the past. We got to get this pick 4 going.
Okay, now it gets interesting.
It does get interesting. These next 2 races are extremely tough. On ASD Live show, I was talking about that. Don't hold my opinion too strong in this race, because I really don't have a strong opinion. And that's just how it goes in racing. Some races you really like horses or like the races. This one is not one that I like that much. I decided, because I kind of go trip handicapping and figures on this, so I decided trip handicapping is what I went to. Some of the public has done that already. I went to the 4 horse, and this horse did not get out of the gate very well last time, and Carino struggled a little bit. The horse kind of went sideways, had to grab a hold. I like that he's gone back to this horse after the horse getting claimed. So that's a good sign that I think he must realize that there's something underneath there. This horse has some back class back there. It could be the speed. Doesn't have to have the lead, but that last start cost him because he had to be used to kind of get involved in the duel. Other thing I did mention before we get to your pick, I've got the figures of all of these with 2, 3, or 4 points up and down, different ones on any given day or higher. And when they're all this close, it is so tough. And for me, it's all about the trip and the race shape, and I can't totally guarantee what the race shape is. All that being said, I'll stick with the 4. Kirt, you're going to go to the 3 as your top selection?
You betcha. I really like number 3, Babylon Will Fall. I liked this horse last time out, but I liked it in a stalking role. And Leroy Nelson decided to go to the front and battle it out and ended up tiring because of it. Now goes 5.5 furlongs. I would love to see Babylon Will Fall sitting right in behind the speed, which I think is number 1, Quietly Quick, number 4, Caramia Mine, and number 5, Wits Gatto. Know what I mean? I thought would have been the speed, but she showed a different dimension last time out coming off the pace. So Babylon Will Fall, I think, will jump back, run another big effort like it did 2 outs ago for 5,000, only getting beat by less than 6 lengths to West Princess and Kamano Comet, and West Princess and Anwara the time before, getting beat by 3 1/4. That race is good enough to win this one. Right now, getting great odds, 3-1.
Yeah, no, for sure. The interesting horse that you briefly mentioned was the 6 of changing the running style. I thought the horse had a dream trip last time, couldn't win, but I think the same trip's going to show up in here. I don't like the price. I wouldn't really be taking anything under maybe 5-2, at least maybe even 3-1 on a win bet, because I think it's such a tough race. So 6 would be my second choice. We both have the 1. And
Quietly Quick. This horse ran a good race last time out, was in a 3-horse duel, had the advantage of the inside, got pinched out with 1/4 mile to go, and then the horse actually got stopped a little behind those 2 horses that went on, and then came back rallying to run 3rd behind Bella Galena and Hey Hey Runaway with a smoother trip. This horse can definitely get in there. 5-1 right now, but expect at post time around 10-1. and that would be a great horse to kick off your pick 4 sequence.
Yeah, and we both mentioned that that's our long shot. Good description. Yeah, 2 back ran way too fast. I think this horse is a legit long shot. Has some early money. You're right. Hopefully we get the 10 or 12 to 1 and it becomes a bit of a win bet for me in there.
All right, so let's go to our bets here in race number 4. Both of us are chasing after the pick 4. Stretch, you start us off. You're 1 for 1.
Yes, as mentioned, I don't have any strong opinions in this race. I find it very, very difficult. There's my picks, but like I said, I'd be switching them all many times. Don't disagree with any of Kirt's picks either. Easy, all. Let's move on. Then the 1, 2, 5, 7. I think it's 4 and 6. I do have the 5 that Kirt has in the pick 5, and then I'm taking a chance on the 7 of a gate to wire winner that Kirt is against, and that's fair.
I'm big time against that one. As you can see in my picks, I have 3 horses, 4 horses, 2 and 3. This is the second most I've spent this year on the pick 4. The last one I spent 90, got back 510. So let's try and do it again for 72 bucks. Good luck with all your wagers here in race number 4, and we'll see you back for race 5. The horses are on the track for race number 4. They're going to go 5.5 furlongs for $9,400. Number 1 is Quietly Quick, owned by 2 Points Ranch, trained by Jared Brown with Dwight Lewis. Number 2 is Western Mongolia, owned by Black Diamond Stable, trained by Tom Gardapi Jr. with Shamari Muir. Number 3 is Babylon Will Fall, owned by Karen Bjarnson, trained by Tom Gardapi Jr. with Leroy Nelson. Number 4 is Cara Mine, owned by Just for Kicks Stable and Boss Baby Racing, trained by Sean Morin with Jorge Carreño. Number 5 is Witzgato, owned by Doug Judy and Carmen Mustard and Heather Todorek, trained by Doug Mustard with Sheldon Chickanis. Number 6 is Know What I Mean, owned and trained by Elton Dickey, Stanley Chady Jr. aboard. Rounding out the field is number 7, Chris's Defense, owned by Christopher Johnson, James Bencharski, and Cindy McSorley, trained by Mike Taphorn with Richard Mangley. Post time for race number 4, kicking off $25,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering. They go to post in 6 minutes.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
All right, another 5.5 furlong race. The last race, 5.5, went gate to wire. Will that happen today? Well, that's the horse I kind of thought maybe the 4 could go right to the lead. Didn't have a good start last time out. Carino sticks after a claim. Could go to the lead. The numbers from last year at Century Mile make this horse very competitive. It's an absolute wide open race in here. I've got all in the pick 4. If you can make a stand, that really sets you up for the pick 4. I'll go 4-6-1. Kirt?
Yeah, myself, I like number 3, Babylon Will Fall. I did say this horse was battling last time, but I like it in a stalking role. It should be able to get down to the rail if Quietly Quick goes to the front with the 4, Caramiamine, and the 5, Wits Gatto, and I think gets a really nice trip. But I also like number 1, Quietly Quick, currently 8-1 on the board. This is one of my bombers of the day. Good luck here in race number 4. Quietly Quick is the first one to go in. Western Mongolia steps up and in. Babylon Will Fall is next. Caramiamine's turn. Wits Gatto. The current 2-1 choice steps up. And in, 2 left to load. Know What I Mean? And now just waiting on Chris's defense. Western Mongolia acting up in the starting gate, but now settled down. They're at the post. And they're off. Stumbling early, Know What I Mean, who recovers nicely. From the middle of the track, that's Mine, showing some early speed with Chris's defense. To the outside, settled back in third, that's Western Mongolia. Then it's Know What I Mean, 3 wide with Witzgato. Then another length back to Quietly Quick. And Babylon Will Fall, the early trailer. 23-2, the opening quarter. And Mine securely with a length and a half advantage. In an all-out drive on the outside, Chris's defense. Western Mongolia is going to try and sneak through the rail as they hit the head of the lane. Moving up Witzgato, and on the rail, Quietly Quick getting into it. They hit the head of the lane. Western Mongolia takes over as the leader. Mine is going to try and battle back for here. Duck into the rail. That's Witzgato, but Mine is relentless with the lead. Mine is going to get it done. Second's going to go to Western Mongolia. Third to Witzgato. The Stewart's opposed to number 4, Mine. As your race winner, a photograph has been called to determine the place and show positions. They went the opening quarter 23-2, the half 47-4. Time for the 5.5 furlongs, 108-1. Results of the photo show number 2, Western Mongolia, finishing second. Third goes to number 5, Witzgato. And fourth to number 3, Babylon Will Fall. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner here in race number 4, that's number 4, Mine. Mine is a Grey-Roan mare, 5 years old by Flashback, out of the mare Cardamon by Cardinastra. Owned by Just for Kicks Racing and Boss Baby Racing, trained by Sean Morin, and ridden to victory by Jorge Carreño. Time for the 5.5 furlongs, 108-1. Race 4 is official in the upcoming 5th race. There are no changes. The late pick 3 kicking off here in race number 5. They're at the post. And they're off. Stumbling early, Know What I Mean, who recovers nicely. From the middle of the track, that's Mine, showing some early speed with Chris's Defense. To the outside, settled back in third, that's Western Mongolia. Then it's Know What I Mean, 3 wide with Witzgato. And another length back to Quietly Quick. And Babylon will fall, the early trailer. 23 and 2, the opening quarter. And Mine securely with a length and a half advantage in an all-out drive on the outside. Chris's Defense. Western Mongolia is going to try and sneak through the rail as they hit the head of the lane. Moving up Witzgato, and on the rail, Quietly Quick getting into it. They hit the head of the lane. Western Mongolia takes over as the leader. Mine is going to try and battle back for here. Duck into the rail. That's Witzgato, but Mine is relentless with the lead. Mine is going to get it done. Second's going to go to Western Mongolia. Third to Witzgato. And ladies and gentlemen, turning your programs back to race number 4, we had 2 claims to report. First off, claim for $2,500 was your race winner. Number 4, Mine, claimed by Jared Brown, owner-trainer. Also claimed for $2,500 was number 6, Know What I Mean, claimed by Mike Nault. And A2 Racing and Hannah Deltz. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 5 for this $1,500 claimer for fillies and mares 3 and up that are non-winners of the year. They're going to go 5.5 furlongs. And again, a special welcome to TVG and all their viewers. Joining us for the late pick 3 stretch. 4 wins in a row. Karamiamine, and Karamiamine kicked me out of everything.
Oh, that's not good. Thanks for the support on everybody in the pick 4. Another good pool in there. I said don't take my strong opinion. I did get the right selection, but I'm not taking any real credit. I will give full credit to Carino on another.
What a great ride. Western Mongolia looked like it was going to be the winner at the 16th pole, yet Carino didn't give up, and he stole that one, definitely.
He did. Okay, moving on. Where are you at the speed bias?
I still don't think it was speed bias. There was an unpressured lead there, so
okay,
that really didn't tell me much.
I'm with you. I'm with you. I'm not going to go either way. Okay, I'm going to race 5. We're going to start with, I'm going to go to a speed horse. I'm not a big fan of this horse at times, but I liked how the last race shaped up, and that's the 2. If you could find the 2 there, Jake. It beat some of the contenders that I thought are in this race. I think their last race, I thought all of the horses could kind of win in here. Here, there's a few horses that are quite a bit off form. So I've gone to the horses that are showing a little more form. Remember, we're at the bottoms here, non-winners of the year for 1,500. So there's a lot of guessing. She, at least again, we're at 5.5, similar to Hot Rod in the 3rd race. Make it 6, there's no chance I take this selection. But I liked how she battled. We've got Neville. This is his strength, speed. I think this horse potentially could get out again and go gate to wire. It's my lukewarm, it's my top selection, but yeah, I'm there. You've got a completely different horse. Try to sell me on the 7 there, Kirt.
Yeah, I like Catalina as the speed, but I went to number 7, Dreamcastle. This horse does have back-to-back 4th place finishes, but jockey Jorge Carreño jumps aboard, and as I was saying on ASD Live, he hopped on a horse of Craig Smith's called Gold Shaft. Had the same kind of form, a deep closer, running 3rds, getting beat a couple of lengths, But then when he jumped aboard, the horse sat fourth in the race and was only 3 lengths off it. He ended up winning the race by a couple of lengths. And that's what I see happening on Dreamcastle. It's been doing the big dead rally from way back there and not doing anything. But this horse, his best race is sitting just off. So I think Catalina, yes, is the speed's going to go out and try and do what it does. But I think Dreamcastle is only going to be about 4 or 5 off of it. And in the thick of the second pack, because Catalina should be by herself up there. And I think that'll really make a difference on Dreamcastle. Draws the outside, 8-1 morning line, currently 7-2. So people are kind of thinking the same thing.
I'm just for interest's sake, or the figures on this horse are for me a little low. So I need the pace to completely collapse. I think there's a little more upside on a few of the others. I've got the 7 in the maybe my 4th choice. Wouldn't be surprised if 1, but that's why I was hesitant to take the 7, but it makes sense. We both got the 5 for the same reason. Horse had the 1 start. It's got a workout coming in.
2 solid workouts since.
Yes, 2 solid workouts since, you're right. Didn't run a great race, but we're in the bottoms. Got to give this horse another chance because the form back last year would make this horse the winner. It's getting a little bit of action. Looks good, by the way, too. So maybe something happened. There's no way we've got, it could be the Chady show. He's already got 2 today. And you know, how often do you come the next day and say, oh, this jockey won 2 or 3? Well, here comes, maybe that's what you'll be saying after this race.
Yeah, another horse to look at, number 4, Sea Myrtle, also trained by Will Toronjo. First time out, showed some speed, backed up, but second time, ran an even race behind Catalina Dreaming and Tis Priceless. A couple of these races from last year, definitely good enough to win this one, and I like that it won at 5.5 twice in a big rallying effort. And who was on it that day? Antonio Whitehall the second time, and he gets the call today.
Yep, there you go. And the last one that I had mentioned second was a second in morning line choice was the 1. The horse showed a little bit more. Maybe it's on the improving or the wake up call. So that was my second choice. There's my 2-1-5.
All right, let's go to our wagers here in race number 5, and we're gonna start it off with you, Stretch. What do you got?
Going with a little pick 3. Reason I'm playing it this way is because if you remember, my pick 5, pick 4 have the 7 singled. So I'm using the 2 as kind of a protector horse in there. 1, 2, 5 with the 4 and 6 with 2, 7. It helps me if the 2 wins. I think won't be the favorite. We'll get some of my pick 4, pick 5 money back.
All right, myself, I thought I was going after a long shot. Only 4-1 right now, but 10 win, 20 place on number 7, Dreamcastle. Good luck with all your wagers here in race number 5, and we'll see you back for race 6. The horses are on the track for race number 5. They're going to go 5.5 furlongs for $8,500. Number 1 is Tis Priceless, owned by Kenneth Lee Gardepee, trained by Tom Gardepee Jr. with Leroy Nelson. Number 2 is Catalina Dreaming, owned by Pink Cloud Racing, trained by Courtney Ross with Neville Stevenson. Number 3 is Wits Data Link, owned by Black Diamond Stable, Lynn White and Jerry Geddes, trained by Tom Gardepee Jr. with Rafael Zentino Jr. Number 4 is Sea Myrtle, owned by Monique Goulet, trained by Will Toronjo with Antonio Whitehall. Number 5 is Hilda, owned by George Toronjo, trained by Will Toronjo with Stanley Chady Jr. Number 6 is Butters Better, owned and trained by Dale Zwiezliak. Shamari Muir aboard. Running out the field is number 7, Dream Castle, owned by Lynn and Marie White, trained by Bill Baczynski and Black Diamond Stable, trained by Tom Gardaby Jr. with Jorge Carreño. Post time for race number 5, 6 minutes away.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
All right, our third consecutive 5.5 furlong race. Speed's been carrying. Hard to say on the speed bias, but at least we know it's been carrying. I'm going right to another speed horse. I've got the same jockey that got previous horse home going to the lead, and that's the 2. The horse doesn't like to carry the speed all that much, but I just think this horse is the best of the bunch in this bottom level. Always be careful though. This is not an easy field when they're in the bottoms. The wake up or the horse to upset maybe is maybe the one on the improvement. Kirt, what do you got?
Well, Stretch, I agree with you on the 2, but you better be praying when it hits a 16th pole because she does like to stop late. But I went to number 7, Dream Castle with the rider change. You get the top rider, Jorge Carreño. I do not think this horse will be sitting at the back of the field. I think it's going to be in a stalking role behind Catalina Dreamin', and watch for some big late run. This horse used to love winning. Hopefully it can do it again. At 7-2, good luck here in race 5. Catalina Dreamin', the first one to load. Next up, Tis Priceless. Wits Data Link set to go in. C. Myrtle's turn. Now the stablemate Hilda, who is the current favorite at 9-5. 2 left to load. Butter's better. And now just waiting on Dream Castle. They're at the post. And they're off. From the far outside, Butter's better. Hustled hard to get the early lead. Catalina Dreamin'. She's going to be chasing today in second. Dream Castle on the outside in third. On the rail, 'Tis Priceless. In between horses is going to be C. Myrtle. Then it's a length back to Hilda and another 3 to Wits Datalink, who has about a dozen to make up. 23-3 the opening quarter, and Butter's better is now getting company from Catalina Dreamin'. Catalina Dreamin' goes on by and gets a lead. On the far outside, Dream Castle is rallying with C. Myrtle. Hilda is now going the inside route as they hit the head of the lane. Catalina Dreaming, ridden hard and looking for the wire to come quickly. C. Myrtle on the outside to the inside. Hilda, a late rally from Wits Datalink. Still holding on the outside now, C. Myrtle. Wits Datalink, one last try, but C. Myrtle's going to get there. Wits Datalink in second. Third's going to go to Hilda. And fourth to Catalina Dreamin'. The Stewart's post to number 4, C. Myrtle as your race winner. Second goes to number 3, Wits Datalink. Third to number 5, Hilda. And fourth to number 2, Catalina Dreamin'. They went the opening quarter 23-3. The half 48-1. Time for the 5.5 furlongs, 108-4. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner here in race 5, that's number 4, C. Myrtle. C. Myrtle is a bay mare, 10 years old, by council member, out of the mare across the creek by Strode's Creek. Owned by Monique Goulet, trained by Will Tronjo, and ridden to victory by Antonio Whitehall. Time for the 5.5 furlongs, 108-4. Race 5's official in the upcoming 6th race. There are no changes. Late double wagering kicking off here in race 6. They go to post in 22 minutes. They're at the post. And they're off. From the far outside, Butters better. Hustled hard to get the early lead. Catalina Dreamin'. She's going to be chasing today in second. Dream Castle on the outside in third. On the rail, 'Tis Priceless. In between horses is going to be C Myrtle. And it's a length back to Hilda. And another 3 to Wits Dadalake, who has about a dozen to make up. 23-3 the opening quarter, and Butters Better is now getting company from Catalina Dreamin'. Catalina Dreamin' goes on by and gets a lead. On the far outside, Dream Castle is rallying with C Myrtle. Hilda is now going the inside route as they hit the head of the lane. Catalina Dreaming, ridden hard and looking for the wire to come quickly. C Myrtle on the outside to the inside. Hilda, a late rally from Wits Dadalake. Still holding on the outside now. C Myrtle. Wits Dadalake one last try, but C Myrtle's gonna get there. Wits Dadalake in second. Third's gonna go to Hilda. And fourth to Catalina Dreamin'. Ladies and gentlemen, turning your programs back to race number 5, we had a claim to report. Claim for $1,500 was number 2, Catalina Dreamin', claimed by Jennifer Taranjo, trainer Jerry Garneau. And welcome back down to the paddock for race number 6, kicking off the late daily double with an allowance race for Manitoba, Saskatchewan, North and South Dakota bred fillies and mares. They're going to go 7.5 furlongs. And again, a special welcome to TVG and all their viewers. Stretch, that was a little bit of a weird one. No Catalina Dreamin' on the front end. Butter's Better, sent for everything, and that really messed up the race to make it set up for a closer.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, the jockey on the 2 tried, chased, and then made the move, and then inside the 16th pole gave it up. That's not going to help my voting. There's a new poll out there on YouTube, ASD chat going on against. Now I'm going against Beth.
Okay, how do I log in?
Yeah, wow, she's already winning now after this race of the bad selection.
She'd have one more bet from me, Stretch. Nothing against you, buddy. I don't even know what you guys are betting on. But
no, it's just graphics,
graphics
versus picks. And so now my streak's over. I lost the poll to you. Now I'm losing to Beth. What's next?
I don't know. Losing to the microphone.
Maybe. Here we go. Race 6. These are the races. The 4th and 5th race were very tricky.
And they played out differently than we saw them. Like, you seen Karamia Mine as a loose kind of speed horse with a chance, and I seen a big duel. That didn't happen, so all my picks were out the door. And in the last race, I didn't see Catalina and Butter's Better going out there, but the 16th pole came, and what happened? She ended up folding, and the ralliers came. And Whitehall, imagine him getting up on a horse and getting the win. We've never seen that here.
Exactly, and so you got to make note of the patient riders that wait, and he recognized that pace and just waited and knew it was coming back. All right, here we go. We're back to 7.5. We had a couple to start the day. Now we've got the girls here going, and I don't mind a horse in here, even though it had been running the 1 turn, and that's the 6. If Jake can find the 6, there we go. Good work. This horse is good at the distance, so I'm not worried about that. 6 or 7 in the money, going the distance. I think the horse can stalk. I have not been backing this horse the last couple times, and as you can see, that wasn't the right thing to do because it won, and the horse impressed me. It's beat some decent horses. Sure, maybe the speed backed up a little bit, but it still looked good. We've got Carino up. You know, I'm a fan of him. A similar trip, maybe sit just off and take over late. Kirt, how about your 5?
Well, I like speed in here, and there is a couple with a little bit of speed, the 1 Mariana and the 2 Simply Fabulous, but the speed of the race is definitely number 5, Dazzling Gold. Had a double duel 2 outs ago, battled every step of the way, and was beaten by Sweet Design, the 6, and the 4, Aramon, but gave it up very late down the lane. Last time out, went against the boys, and that wasn't an easy race against Red Astaire, Eviscerator, and E2 Babu. So Dazzling Gold showed speed against those boys in that allowance non-2 lifer. But what I really like about her is when she goes around 2 turns, because she ran huge last year as a 3-year-old. She won the R.C. Anderson by 7. Then she came back against the open 3-year-olds and ran a gallant second right behind Kick a Little Booty, and then went 7.5 furlongs against Hidden Grace, Persistent. Wow, any of these horses in here against Hidden Grace would get beaten by 1 million also. But I think she's going to get out and be controlling speed. And in the first 2 races, controlling speed was really dangerous. So I think Dazzling Gold fits the bill in there.
Well, I like your selection. I've got it in the top 3 and kind of have the box at 13-1. That would be the overlay of the night. If that stayed that close, I don't think it's going to stay that way, but maybe people are looking at that last race. You got to throw that last race out, like you said. My second selection, because I feel that maybe the speed will back up, and that's the 4. I don't know if the 4 can beat the 6. I like the running style by the 4, kind of a grinder that closes late. On the June 21st race, basically that the 6 had the 4s measured, but maybe an exactor. They are going the 2 turns. Maybe the horse improves a bit. It's always hard for a horse to win 3 in a row. That's what Sweet Design's got to do. But I'm sticking with those. Those are the three. What about the three? Those are my top three. What about the 3-horse, the filly, 3-year-old filly moving up against older?
Well, I think it's going to be a tough task for the 2 3-year-olds, the 1 and the 3. But Mabella has run 2 good races, both winning efforts. The only time she doesn't win, she ran into Melisandre. So you really can't take that one to heart. She tried to go after 22.46, and she paid the price for it. That's why she was beaten by 10 lengths, but she ran much better against older company in her last start as Reunite went to the front end, and Mabella played the stalking role, and that worked out for her. Her best race definitely is a contending race to be finishing in the top 3. Now let's go to the one Marianda. What do you think about her? She did win one in the middle, beating Reasonable Cause, who came back to win, and then lost first time out to Mabella off a slow early, but this horse has been running well.
Yeah, the horse is getting better. Take a look, only three starts, so there's a lot of room for improvement. I've got the figures right up there. It needs to improve just a slight bit. It's a matter of can it go around the 2 turns. I wouldn't be surprised.
Does have the right post position.
Does have, yeah. We've talked about having 7 and 7.5 is prime post position on the 1. It just depends. I thought might get caught up in the duel, but again, this horse is improving, so it'll be interesting to see how the horse does.
All right, let's go to our wagers here in race number 6. Stretch. Exactor.
Yeah, I think it might be my first exact. No, I had that easy $20 one earlier.
Yeah, there you go. That you cashed on.
Yeah. So I've got the closer or the stalker in here in case that the 5 gets a bit of pressure but still hangs around. That's why I've got it 6-5. If it's an all-out duel, it's 6-4. So that's why kind of they're correlated on the race shape and how I see it. So $20.
And myself, I'm going after the late daily double. I'm taking the Speed and Sweet Design to go 3 in a row with a rallier in the last. Number 2, Elsie's Wish. That'll cost you $20. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 6, and we'll see you back for race 7 for the Jackpot High 5. The horses are on the track for race number 6. They're going to go 7.5 furlongs for $15,000. Number 1 is Marianda, owned by 7 Up Stable, trained by Shelley Brown with Antonio Whitehall. Number 2 is Simply Fabulous, owned by Back on Track Stables, trained by Jennifer Jordan with Nyrone Austin. Number 3 is Mabella, owned by Tom Payne and Elton Dickey, trained by Elton Dickey with Leroy Nelson. Number 4 is Aramon, owned by Dr. Ross and Brendan McKeag, trained by Carl Anderson with Stanley Chady Jr. Number 5 is Dazzling Gold, owned by Starfield Stable, trained by Tiffany Husbands with Shamari Muir. Number 6 is Sweet Design, owned by Jerry Lambert and Lynn Matthews, trained by Tom Gardapi Jr. with Jorge Carreño. Rounding out the field is number 7, My Trudy, owned by Fred and Debbie Rawson, trained by Fred Rawson with Rafael Zantino Jr. Post time for race number 6, 7 minutes away.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
All right, we're back to going 2 turns, 7.5 furlongs. The first 2 went gate to wire. This one, I think there's a little more speed in here. Hence, that's why I've gone to a bit the closer or the stalker. Sweet Design, she's beaten me too many times, so I'm jumping on the bandwagon. I think she gets a good trip. She's solid at the distance, sits behind Potential Duel. And then to complete the exacta, the other closer in the field, and that's the 4. If somebody gets loose, maybe avoid the exactor 6-4. Kirt?
Yeah, myself, I am going to a speed horse in here. I went to number 5, Dazzling Gold. Last time she went against the 2 favorites, pretty well the 4 and 6. She ran 3rd beaten a length, but she was in a double duel that day. I think she's going to get a lot better when she gets to stretch out and get a breather in the middle. There is other speed that could contend with her, but I think she's the speed of the speed, and I'm loving the odds at 6-1. Good luck here in race 6. Marianda, the co-favorite on the board, is the first to move in. Next in, Simply Fabulous. It's now Maybella's turn. Next up, Aramon. Dazzling Gold set to go in. Two left to load. Sweet Design, the other co-favorite, now the favorite at 2-1. And to the far outside, My Trudy will be the last to go in. They're all set. They're at the post. And they're off. From the middle of the track, Dazzling Gold shows her early speed. And she's going to be the early leader as it passes the grandstand for the first time. Simply Fabulous on the inside in second, Maybella. In between horses in third. Sweet Design up close fourth, getting a 3-wide trip. Then it's Marianda and My Trudy, both racing as a pair. And then at the back of the field, Aramon is the trailer. About 7 off the lead. 25-1 the opening quarter. And Dazzling Gold is loving it as she's up by 2. Maybella creeping closer in second. Sweet Design still patiently there in third. Then it's Marianda, Simply Fabulous, running together, making a move from the back. Aramon and My Trudy now the trailer. The half in 50 seconds, and Dazzling Gold, she has surged now to get the lead by 6. Maybella is still there trying to eat into it with Sweet Design as they hit the head of the lane. Dazzling Gold 3/4 in 1:16. Sweet Design on the far outside. Maybella still there with a chance. They're coming up to the 16th pole. Dazzling Gold trying to hang on. Sweet Design has her measured and goes on by. Sweet Design takes it. Second to Dazzling Gold. Third went to Maybella, and fourth to Aramon. Just leaving the winner's enclosure is the official winner here in race number 6. That's number 6, Sweet Design. Sweet Design is a dark bear brown mare, 5 years old, by Going Commando. Out of the mare Sweet Tizzy Lizzy by Tiz Now. Owned by Jerry Lambert and Lynn Matthews. Trained by Tom Gardapi Jr. And ridden to victory by Jorge Carreño. Time for the 7.5 furlongs, 136 and 3. Number 6, Sweet Design, was proudly bred right here in Manitoba by Keaton and Aiden Ziprek. Also, congratulations goes out to jockey Jorge Carreño, who scores the double. 2 wins for jockey Jorge Carreño. Race 6 is official in the upcoming 7th race. There are no changes. Jackpot High Five carryover, just under $48,000. And they'll go to post in 18 minutes. And they're off. From the middle of the track, Dazzling Gold shows her early speed. She's going to be the early leader as they pass the grandstand for the first time. Simply Fabulous on the inside in second, Maybella. In between horses in third. Sweet Design up close fourth, getting a 3-wide trip. Then it's Marianda and My Trudy, both racing as a pair. And then at the back of the field, Aramon is the trailer. About 7 off the lead. 25 and 1 the opening quarter. And Dazzling Gold is loving it as she's up by 2. Maybella creeping closer in second. Sweet Design still patiently there in third. Then it's Marianda, Simply Fabulous, running together, making a move from the back. Aramon and My Trudy now the trailer. The half in 50 seconds, and Dazzling Gold, she has surged now to get the lead by 6. Maybella is still there trying to eat into it with Sweet Design as they hit the head of the lane. Dazzling Gold 3/4 in 1:16. Sweet Design on the far outside. Maybella still there with a chance. They're coming up to the 16th pole. Dazzling Gold trying to hang on. Sweet Design has her measured and goes on by. Sweet Design takes it. Second to Dazzling Gold. Third went to Maybella, and fourth to Aramon. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 7. We have a $5,000 claimer for Manitoba, Saskatchewan, North and South Dakota breds that are maiden, filly and mares, 3 and up. And they're going to go the 6 furlong distance. Jackpot high five will be over $50,000 as we once again welcome TVG and their viewers for the nightcap. Well, Stretch, you got me in the last race, but it took everything for Sweet Design to go by.
It did. 5 ran a great race. I thought on the turn the horse would hang on, and just that 6 is an absolute grinder that just refuses to quit. It's like saw the horse in front and just dug in and kept going, and I've learned my lesson. That's why I jumped on the bandwagon, and it paid off on that race with an incredible exactor.
And I like Sweet Design the last 2 times, but I jumped over to Dazzling Gold, and I still had the top 2 live and late double, but yeah, I would have liked to get Dazzling Gold home at those odds.
Over $20.
Crazy. Never expected that.
No, I lost track of that horse being that high. Okay, let's move on here. We disagree completely here, and that's fair.
Of course it is. That's what gambling's all about.
That is right. If we agreed, then the big favorite. So I'm going to go with the 7 horse that is all kind of dirtied up, as they call it, in past performance of the last 2 in races that this horse could not really, 2 back couldn't get the lead. Last time tried for the lead against Melisandre. Did actually get the lead. I think this horse...
For a little bit.
Yeah, I realize. But did get the nose in front. And maybe the 8 has a bit of speed, but if you just look at some of those other races, it's too bad this race isn't 5.5, but you get what you get.
I think you need 4.5.
Now we'll see. We'll see here. I'm going to give a couple things here, looking at some times, and obviously different on each day. This horse went 107. I think this horse can go 107 and 4, going the 5.5. Give it 8 seconds, 115 and 4. 115 and 4, I think, is the winning time of this race, and I think that the 7 is the only horse that can go 15 and 4, and so therefore that's my selection, because I think the 7's going to get the lead, and then it becomes wide open. I understand the selection on the 2. Why not? You've got Antonio up, but I've got the 7, and then I got everybody else. So you talk about your closers there, Kirt.
Well, let's talk about Tormentica's time. Last time it went in 119. So it's gone to improve off of that one.
That horse was tired. The horse was tired.
And that's what I think. Because this race is 6 furlongs, that's the game changer for me. And Tormentica will get some company in number 8 Queen's Crown. As you can see, every time Queen's Crown runs, 23 and change. Yes, Tormentica can go 22 and change, but is going to get some kind of pressure in here. So Stanley Chady Jr. can't just go to the front, anchor down, hope to slow everything down. But that race 3 outs ago, this horse should be 1 to 5 on the board. I agree with that. But I'm with the what have you done for me lately? And what she has done for me lately is absolutely nothing. The last time she ran was a 5-horse field. I said she wouldn't hit the top 4 super. I bet a $20 straight. Got it the wrong way with Reasonable Cause and Marianda, but she ran the way I thought when she got hooked. If she does get loose and wins this, well, I'll be eating crow. Wouldn't be the first time or the last time, but I'm going all the closers in here. Going to Elsie's Wish. Ran 2 good races back-to-back. Got beaten by My Trudy, who we seen in the last race run over her head as the 7-horse. But she ran a good one in there, and last time out, True Kate and No More Secrets were the favorites. They ran 1-2. Elsie's Wish beat everybody else. We'll be sitting behind the speed of the 7 and 8. We'll get the first shot at those leaders, so that's why I'm taking it. And I even like the 4 Smiling Brush, 15 to 1 on the board. This horse came out of the gate, had a little bit of problems coming out as Richard Mangley had to reach down. If you watch that replay, he's fixing his stirrup on the left side early in the race, the first furlong or so, and then got into it, made a big middle move, but then ran out of gas. So that I'm all over the 2 and 4 in here. Stretch, who do you have to go with your 7?
Well, I just included that the 1 is dropping a little bit. And so that's
been a great angle so far in these races, for sure.
Yeah, no, I'm with you on the 2 for sure. It makes sense. It's wide open. I think this, if you want to take a shot at the high 5 jackpot, if you're with Kirt's kind of angle, that the 7 runs right out, this is the race to take the shot. It's going to be well over 50,000, maybe 60,000 in the high 5. Take your closers and go from there. If the 7 wins, the high 5 will probably not go.
Yeah, no matter what the combination is, it won't.
I kind of think the same. So then you got it for tomorrow. So we're going to see if the 7.
Well, let's take a look at our bets coming in here.
Yes, let's do that.
I don't know what you got. I know what I got.
Oh, geez. Now I've got a bankroll after last race exactor.
All right, here we go.
So I've got to 30 to win on the 7. I could up it, but I don't know if I'm going to get the price. I'm going to give Beth the day off today. I'm still a little hurt losing the poll, but that's okay. 30 win 7.
All right, myself, I'm going a $1 tractor wheel, 2 on top of 4 horses, the 1, 3, 4, 5, and then I'm putting the 2 for second with the 1, 3, 4, 5, and I got no stretch in there. I'm calling it the best bet, as she did win that poll. Good luck with all your wagers here in race number 7, and we'll see you back tomorrow, 6:45 Central, for ASD Live. The horses are on the track for race number 7. They're going to go 6 furlongs for $9,400. Number 1 is Wire Me the Money, owned and trained by Marion Johnston. Sheldon Chickadas aboard. Number 2 is Elsie's Wish, owned by Larry Falloon and Darren Bouchard, trained by Stephen Gaskin with Antonio Whitehall. Number 3 is Just for Charlotte, owned by Vela K. Butler, trained by Sean Morin with Rafael Zentino Jr. Number 4 is Smiling Brush, owned by Last Minute Stables and Millhouse Farms, trained by Lee Delaron with Richard Mangley. Number 5 is Four Socks, owned and trained by Blair Kidd, Neville Stevenson aboard. Number 6 is Coco's Golden Charm, owned by George Gervais and Gail Barr, trained by George Gervais with Hector Rabbitskin. Number 7 is Tormenica, owned by B&J Stable, trained by Shelley Brown with Stanley Chady Jr. Rounding out the field is number 8, Queen's Crown, owned by Starfield Stable, trained by Tiffany Husbands with Shamari Muir. Jackpot high 5 wagering. Here in race 7, they go to post in 5 minutes.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
All right, last race of the night. Now we're going 6 furlongs. That's not going to help my top selection, but I'm going to take a bit of a chance. I think the 7 has enough speed to clear and keep going. It's been overmatched the last 2 races. If you go 3 back, that's not too bad of a race. If Chady continues his success on the front end, I think the horse can go gate to wire. If not, it becomes a closer's night, and Kirt, he can tell us all about the closers.
Yeah, I do see 3 speed horses in here, the 6, 7, and 8. So I think they're going to be busy on the front end. So I went to the 2, Elsie's Wish. This horse fits the bill, a stalker, improving with every start, got beaten by good ones. So I think this is the rallier. But another good long shot, number 4, Smiling Brush, 18-1. Had some equipment problems early in the race, recovered, made a big middle move, flattened out. So watch out, running into a dead pace could be the charm. 18-1, good luck here in race 7. Coco's Golden Charm, the first one into the starting gate. Smiling Brush next to go in. Front gates are now open for Smiling Brush. And she's now in. Well, maybe halfway in. All right, now Smiling Brush is in. Next up, Wire Me the Money on the inside. Wire Me the Money also getting help from the gate crew. She's now loaded. Elsie's Wish set to go in. It's now Four Sock's turn. Coco's Golden Charm set to step in. Two left to load. Tormenica, the 1-2 choice. Actually, first in was Queen's Crown, and now just waiting on Tormenica. Queen's Crown fractious in the starting gate. Just a Charlotte a little fractious. Looks like they're all ready. They're at the post. And they're off. Quigley from the outside. Tormenica goes after the early lead, but has lots of company. On the inside, Coco's Golden Charm. And on the outside, Queen's Crown. Those three. And then it's a gap of about 7 lengths back to Wire Me the Money. Another length to Elsie's Wish. Then it's going to be Smiling Brush just for Charlotte. And your trailer is going to be Four Socks. 23-1 the opening quarter, and Tormenica now takes over as the leader by 3. Back to second, Queen's Crown. Wire Me the Money rallying from 5th to second. Also making a move, Smiling Brush and Elsie's Wish, the half. 48 seconds. Tormenica spins out of the turn with the lead by 4. In an all-out drive from the inside, Elsie's Wish is now closing like gangbusters. Wire Me the Money to the outside, 3 wide, Smiling Brush. It's these 3, but Elsie's Wish with the best stride. She's gonna take it. Wire Me the Money for second. Third's gonna go to Elsie's Brush. 4th, just for Charlotte. And 5th, Tormenica. The Stewards have posted number 2, Elsie's Wish, as your race winner. Second goes to number 1, Wire Me the Money. Third to number 4, Smiling Brush. And fourth to number 3, Just for Charlotte. They went the opening quarter 23-1, the half 48 seconds. Time for the 6 furlongs, 1:17-1. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the unofficial winner here in race number 7, that's number 2, Elsie's Wish. Elsie's Wish is a dark bear brown filly, 3 years old, by Quest, out of the mare Esther's Wish by Stephen Godeven. Owned by Larry Falloon and Darren Bouchard, trained by Stephen Gaskin, and ridden to victory by Antonio Whitehall. Time for the 6 furlongs, 1:17-1. Number 2, Elsie's Wish, was proudly bred right here in Manitoba by her owners, Larry Falloon and Darren Bouchard. Also, congratulations goes out to jockey Antonio Whitehall, who scores the double. 2 wins for jockey Antonio Whitehall. Looks like they're all ready. They're at the post. And they're off. Quigley from the outside. Tormenica goes after the early lead, but has lots of company. On the inside, Coco's Golden Charm. And on the outside, Queen's Crown. Those 3. And then it's a gap of about 7 lengths back to Wire Me the Money, another length to Elsie's Wish. Then it's going to be Smiling Brush, Just for Charlotte. And your trailer is going to be 4 Socks. 23-1 the opening quarter, and Tormenica now takes over as the leader by 3. Back to second, Queen's Crown. Wire Me the Money rallying from 5th to second. Also making a move, Smiling Brush and Elsie's Wish. The half, 48 seconds. Tormenica spins out of the turn with the lead by 4. In an all-out drive from the inside, Elsie's Wish is now closing like gangbusters. Wire Me the Money to the outside, 3 wide, Smiling Brush. It's these 3, but Elsie's Wish with the best stride. She's gonna take it. Wire Me the Money for second. Third's gonna go to Elsie's Brush. Fourth, Just for Charlotte. And 5th, Tormenica.